All right, good evening, everyone, and welcome. So we have a Factorio day coming up, and yeah, I mean it's impossible by now. I reflected on some of the stuff from last time, and these workshop sessions, they're way more fun. I'm really enjoying it when we have like a challenge to solve in some kind of thing, and I don't know exactly how or why, because I think we've been solving everything pretty well. So when we had you got a haircut yesterday. Oh, I envy you. I did not, and I talked to my inside source in the State Department. Maybe 2 weeks from now is the at the earliest. So that's gonna be like Bob Ross style by then. Hey, Bathoda, thank you for the 3 months. Good to see you. Yeah, so that's why I'm also in my Discord announcement said distractions are welcome, because I had so much fun designing and building the stuff that I put into the masterclass today, and I really want to do more of that kind of thing. And I was just really having a good time with it. But we've done all the sciences, all the circuits, all the builds, every single item. We now have a really nice and crisp build for us. So what are we missing? What are we missing there, right? So if anyone has something good and interesting that we can do, hey Wild, thank you for the 9 months. Woot woot, yeah, woot woot, back at you. Yeah, jumpstart based to robots. That's actually a good idea. That's something we have talked about. That having sort of something where you just, when you start the base and maybe you do the jumpstart base, then you stamp down this is gonna make robots, and then you sort of just, whenever you unlock a tech, you just put the thing in there, and then gradually, eventually, you will have robots. I think I like that idea. I don't know how much it would be. I don't build malls here. I don't know. I think you must have mistaken me for Catherine of Sky. I mean, this thing should not leave much question that I am not a Catherine of Sky. So you will not find any malls around here. Jeez. This thing, this scruffiness here should pretty much indicate that my name is probably not Catherine. Probably not. So, yeah. Yeah, we saw the DSP patch. It's okay. Right, so that's that might actually be a fun distraction we can dive into just for the hell of it. And what else? Okay, so another thing that I'd like just sort of warming up while people are sort of filing in and settling in and all that good stuff before we fire up the game. Then we can also just talk a bit about upcoming games, because there are a few things on the horizon. We have, sort of on the short term, we have Satisfactory in 12 days, 2 weeks. Gonna have to find time in my schedule for it. I am still undecided whether it's gonna be Factorio or Dyson Sphere Program that takes a break. I think it's probably going to be Dyson Sphere Program, but it could also be Factorio. It depends. If something in the next 2 weeks happens for Dyson Sphere Program that makes me want to just restart and make a new game or whatever, then I might do that. Good evening. So it also depends on sort of, I'm going to gauge sort of the interest if in between the different games. But anyway, that's one thing that's in 2 weeks. Then from there on, we have at the end of March, we have Evil Genius 2. I don't know. I think I'm gonna play it. It's just gonna be. I think it's more of a casual fun game than it's anything else. And then in April, I think we have a game called Fata Diem, and I don't know, it might just be yet another city builder that isn't really, or a sort of civilization builder that isn't really that particularly interesting, but you play as a god and you sort of influence the civilization as it grows, and I just think it's kind of fun that we could make a Order of the Path. I think that would be an interesting thing. Let's see, and what else do we have? Then we have maybe Dream Engine's Nomad Cities in somewhere in Q2, and Wandering Village sometime. And what else do we have? I don't know. Yeah, I don't think I have many other things on my list of things in the near future. Then we have Warhammer 3, but that's going to be late. Total War Warhammer 3. That's going to be late 2021, so that's kind of it. Yeah. So, and then, other games that suddenly come out of nowhere. I mean, the fact that Dyson Sphere Program came out of nowhere means that we should be having good opportunities versus random games coming out of nowhere. And we have like various puzzle games that might crop up. So that's just to highlight a few of the games that I want to look at sort of in the near future. So also, if you have anything else that's new and exciting and upcoming, then let me know. And let's dive into the game. Cool. Let me just get all these overlays up and running and on pause. And we're going to start by adding the hype train from yesterday. Done. We never left the station, so that was easy done. Easy to keep that up to date. What we did last time is this one, which is absolutely beautiful and brilliant. Does giga or tera bases exist for Factorio? It depends on how you define it. Just set your time scale differently and then it's fine. Yugubugu, I'm not going to justify that with an answer. If you've looked at my YouTube, then you should pretty much see the answer. I would venture the guess that I am one of the 3 top content creators for Dyson Sphere Program. So I think that's kind of speaks volumes. All right, this one, but we don't need it anymore. It's not actually doing anything. There we go. So we could try just getting a bit distracted by that like robo hub thing. Just figuring out, just give it a shot and see. I think that it's in theory a good idea, but I think that in practice it'll turn out to be kind of irrelevant, because it's just going to be so many machines that are just making things that are completely irrelevant, and you're going to end up just keep feeding it more things. Happy pre-weekend, Little Friday. It is indeed. Good evening, Notonius and Duke. Every day is Sunday. Hello, Cyclops. How's your day been so far? Not great. I completely wrecked my dinner. So my sister was coming over for a visit, and so I wanted to make something nice. So I went to the local fishmonger who offered me sex. I mean, that's always nice, but I'm not really into it. Or maybe he thought that, anyway, that's a different story. Yeah, so I got like really expensive, nice salmon there, and cooking out on the barbecue, and then it caught fire and got completely messed up. Yeah, so that's kind of put a dampener on my escapades there. It sucked. Yeah, so so in Danish, for context, the number 6 and the word sex is exactly the same. So, oh, hey, Grambo Jones, thank you for the 11.
Welcome home.
It was just crispy. That was fine, but it was scorched or like soot on it. That's not good. Anyway, so the word six and the word sex are the same words in Danish. So basically, I was like, oh, I'd like some fresh salmon steaks, and he was like, how many do you want? And then it was like 6, and it's like, oh, well, thanks for offering, but usually it's only the ladies that get this offer. I was like, oh. Well, I mean, it's only fair that I also get exposed to a bit of dad humor from other fellow dads. I'm sure he is. I mean, that kind of humor is definitely dad humor. Yeah. I mean, that's... The thing is, if you go to one of these local stores, that like the local butcher, the local fishmonger, I don't know, then you want to... It costs about 3 times as much as when you go to the supermarket. So you want to get something extra, and that something extra can be the personality, right? Yeah, so, okay. Should we... Let's do that. We have lots of weird things up here. All right, so let's explore this idea and then stop it when it makes no sense. First, we're going to get one machine of everything, just so that we figure out sort of what it is we want, right? And then this is the problem, right? This is the problem that is going to come here. So that means that one, that means that one. How would I do this in a sort of logical way? So this one requires these two, this one. Funny that they're all reading green circuits. That's actually nice. Hey, Shakun, thank you for the 17.
Welcome home.
Krobelspin, it'll get there. It just takes a while. Giufala, thank you for the 2 months. Welcome back. Just dropping in to give you my Bezos box. Can't wait to catch you on YouTube. All right, I will be on YouTube all the time. Thank you. Appreciate it, taking the time to do that. And we're going to get a few more of these. Let's also set this one to 10, because that's just making it easier. This one. Batteries. Gears. Pipes. And then, oh, do I not have that? Yes, I do. Okay. This one requires steel. This one does not require steel. This one requires steel. So we're just going to add some steel somewhere here. One steel and one iron, at least sort of. We know we're not going to build them with these, but just to, much better. That's one. Steel. And some iron. And we probably need some copper as well. This one is supposed to be lubricant, yes. This one is supposed to be batteries. I mean, it's also needing copper. And sulfuric acid. And sulfur. Did I ever see the anti-union ads? No. I saw the videos, and I saw it because someone had clipped them. They're really scummy, as you would expect. Like, oh, we don't want anyone interfering with our workplace. We know the management will take good care of us. Why would I spend my money on a union if they don't do anything for me? I trust the management. They're here to help. Like, okay, well, that was subtle. Yeah, they were served on Twitch as ads. Yep, they were. After some of the big creators made a big fuss out of it, then Twitch pulled them again. I mean, it's just Twitch cannot do anything right. They have to start by blundering, and then afterwards backtrack and go like, whoops. Yeah, like the first day on Women's History Month. That's March, apparently. Then there was this, Twitch made this with some female creators, and instead of writing women, they write WOMXN, because then it was more inclusive. Except everyone felt that it was not more inclusive, it was less inclusive. So everyone hated it. So they pulled it 2 days later. And I was like, but we just wanted to do things right. Yeah, but you managed to mess that up as well. Of union negotiation would be negotiating their own fees directly out of the employer. If they can do that, then I'll join. That doesn't make any sense. Negotiating their own fees out of the employer. Okay, I don't know how that works. I mean, unions in the US are very different from unions in Europe. Unions have a net benefit. I think that we talk about, if we start talking about unions, we have to acknowledge that unions work extremely different in very different countries. Some places they have a lot of power, sometimes they don't. Some places they work as negotiating partners, and also in industry. So just doing blanket statements like unions are good, unions are bad, you have to put a hell of a lot more context on it. So employees won't pay any dues. That doesn't make any sense. That doesn't make any sense. You don't want that, Eberron. You don't want that. Whoever pays the bill has the power. You want to pay that yourself. You absolutely don't want someone else to pay the bills. If it's whoever pays that has the power. So otherwise, you're like, yeah. Well, I guess we don't feel that your union that we pay for our employees, you don't really feel that you've been sort of pulling your weight. So we think we won't really pay that again. And then who has the power? And yeah, so here union is corruption and laziness. Yeah, so I don't know where here is, but that's like, it's vastly different, right? So, I mean, we can all agree that banks are good. They're the good guys, right? That we can agree to, because I like my internet. So that we can all agree to. They're nothing but good. They are net positives for society. That we can all agree. Like, for my sake, I can relate a personal story. If we want to talk about unions, then I am part of a union, which is silly when I'm self-employed. But anyway, I am. I've been using my union as basically a sparring partner. So basically, they will share statistics on sort of the wage I should be expecting, and sort of with lots of statistics of where in the country I'm working, my age, sex, education, what benefits I should be expecting, which is really helpful for a union to provide to me, because it's something a union can do based on its members, so they can give me some negotiating power instead of they negotiating on my behalf, but they can give me negotiating power to sit across from an employer who has way more information. Awesome, good thing. They have like a weekly newspaper, which is interesting because it's very engineering focused. So that's another thing. But then mainly it's the fact that they have cheap insurance, and cheap insurance is basically the majority part, because they represent engineers, and engineers are a good group to offer to insurance companies, because, well, high wages, reliable, so you can get really, really good rates for insurance through my my union. So again, that's just very nice. And then they've always have legal counsel at hand. So when I was working on getting fired, I had superb legal counsel. I think that, so I paid like, I don't know, a couple of €100 a month for my union, sort of through all my work time. And I think that the effort that they did for me in terms of negotiating after I got terminated on my behalf was at least 200,000 euro. They made a difference, at least. So it certainly paid the fees just from that one, because they could advise me on what I was supposed to do and what I was supposed not to do, and worked it so that I got unjustly fired. And then they called them and said, "Hey, do you want to settle, or should we see you in court?" And they were like, "We think we have a good case." "Oh, really? Let me quote this for you." I'm like, "Oh, crap. All right, how much to settle?" And I couldn't have done that myself. So from that perspective, union has been an absolute boon for me. But they've not served what you could expect to do a union, like go on a strike or negotiate on my behalf. But they've just been a service that I could sort of draw on when needed. Food is right. All right. Enjoy your meal. So, right. We have one thing we forgot, because I've recorded a masterclass today. Everyone, damn phone call. Just when the stream was about to start. Hey, hello, PTHR, good evening. All right. So how would we want to do this? We would have to sort of like even help push up wages in non-union workers in the same sectors. Yes, Chris, that makes sense, because you have sort of the threat of unionizing, right? And you have to compete, and they're like, if you have two identical factories next to each other, one is unionized, the other one is not, and the unionized, well, they're going to have an easier time attracting employers if they're actually offering. So that makes sense. Just want to say that I've been watching your Dyson program from episode 1, and it gives me a lot of motivation, so thanks. Thank you. Welcome. Appreciate it. I hope you enjoyed it. I hope I can continue to keep you entertained on the Dyson Sphere program. It's quite easy to see that the views are sort of diminishing now. All right, so what are we gonna do for this one? All right, we're gonna get iron, copper inbound. What are the things that we need inbound? Like really, really raw materials. We'll have to get crude oil in. We'll have to get water in. That means crude oil has to also be processed. And then more of these. See, this is the reason why I'm kind of suspicious of doing this thing, right? Because now I'm suddenly building quite a bit here that I don't really know that I should be building. It seems like a big build because it's really difficult to rush it. You can't really rush it because it's gated behind. This one's gated, or these things are gated behind blue signs. So it doesn't really matter what you do. You can't climb higher up without blue signs. And working on anything else before blue signs doesn't really make sense. On the other hand, when you have blue signs, maybe you don't want to build like everything, and you could just go like, all right, can I just feed iron, copper, and oil in here? What do we think here? What do we think? Oh, Jasper. Fuzzy Paws Jackson. Aha, recent value challenge on YouTube. Really enjoying content. I was wondering if you have found that the sort of thinking you apply to Factorio has affected other areas of your life. No, it's more the other way around. It is who I am. So it's not the Factorio that bleeds into real life. It's real life that my personality that bleeds into Factorio. It's not a conscious choice that I do the stuff I do. I can't help it. So yeah. Is mass landfilling still going on? Not really, but should probably be. Are we dead? No, it's fine.
Welcome.
Red and green eyes. Hey, Madman, thank you for the 3 months. 3 already. Yeah, time flies. Soon you'll be 23 if you don't watch out. Did you add the mod to fill the lakes? No, I didn't. You can do it if we want to. All right, so iron. Nothing beyond this requires... Oh, yeah, that one requires iron as well. So I'm just trying to sort of figure out what it is we want to do or how we want to do this. So what the first thing, are we bringing iron, steel, and copper inbound? Or are we bringing iron and copper inbound and oil and... We're not going to process this on site, are we? Because then I'd also need the fuel. That maybe. No, I can't balance it that way. There, stop blinking. I discovered you when you did the Assassin's Creed. Oh, really? And then you got it recommended on YouTube because of the Dyson Sphere program. Oh, nice. Cool. I don't think I would imagine that anyone had discovered anything during the Assassin's Creed games. I was such a small audience. But, you know, there's also the part where you have to sort of continually discover. Oh, that's not even it. Hey, Sedinator, today's Factorio. It looks like it. It looks very flat. So, flat is Factorio. Factorio is flat. Figure out the ratios. Oh, I'm not going to do ratios. There's absolutely not going to be ratios. If I did ratios, then I would do something else. The point of this, okay, so the point of what I'm doing here is that you're working your way to you've got all the red and green signs, and you're going, oh, I need robots. I just want robots. And you just look at it and go, okay, can I just get robots? And then you start working on your blue signs, and you're like, okay, if I can just get some blue signs, I'm good. And so you get the blue signs, you research the things you need, and the things being that one, and let's actually see what kind of text. Oh, it's difficult. That one. All right, so this is the train of thoughts here. So if we do advanced, then we do lubricant, then you do electric engine, then you do robotics, and then you do construction. Right. Look at that. A ghost rebuild timeout. Interesting. I wonder if I've ever had anything timeout at plus 168. Okay, so this is 100 plus 75 plus 50. That's 225. That's 275, 300. So the thing is, you just need to make 300 chemical signs, and once you have that, then it would be nice to just say, all right, out of my pocket, I'll pull a blueprint. There, now I have robots. It's not a lot. All right, 350, wherever. Oh yeah, 275 plus 75, yeah. 350. So okay, so you need to do 350, which isn't actually very much. It's 175, 525 red circuits. It's something, but it's not like overwhelming. Anyway, so once you have that, yes, Jasper, I said I wanted to be distracted because I had so much fun Saturday with the design of the rail thing that it's just more fun. So now this was a thing that we've talked about, and I wanted to just, hey, that's a great idea. So we need to decide what are the things we bring into this build. These are the things we need: oil, water, copper, steel, iron. I guess that's just the things we bring in. And I think we'll have it basically as 2 places. So we're going to get take this out. The first thing is here. So the iron actually doesn't have to go very far. It only has to go into this one. Oh yeah. I'll change it afterwards to being blue and reds and yellows. So it's probably actually going to be yellows. Cold liquefaction is purple signs, so that's going to be a hard no. These are the only things that need the iron. Okay, so another option is I also bring the greens in, but honestly, if I just bring this in, I'll just make the greens on the side here. This is basically, you spent your first 350 blue science on unlocking robots, and then you go like, oh no, I need to build my oil oil cracking and lubricant and electric engines and batteries and robot frames and then robots. Oh, that's going to take forever. But then you go like, nope, there we go. It won't be doing much, but it'll be doing something. Here. Okay. That will be here. All of these, this one, green, green, green. So that's where we need the greens up here. Just for now, just. Yeah, and these require purple signs, so don't care about it. Ignore this. I just don't want to get the other one into my inventory right now, so I'll just do it like this. Need coils. Oh yeah, that's kind of a thing, isn't it? Kind of a thing. Let's see. This one would be nice that I take boom, boom, boom. Right? That's a direct one. This one takes from here, from here. Right? So it takes this belt plus the steel on this belt. And that steel will be shared with batteries. So batteries go here, out there. That means this one doesn't take any of it, but this one's going to take the steel and the batteries. Interesting, then this one doesn't really need to be here. Right, there's nothing on this side that I actually need from this. This one, steel, batteries comes out here, greens come out, I don't know, somewhere. And none of these need to go up further. This one actually doesn't need to go anywhere but here. And alright, so that takes 1, 2, 3. So we only need the greens. If the greens could be something like that one, it would be really lovely. There, and nah, that one. Also, it has to be yellow belts, all of it. So this one, if I can get greens on this, that would be fine. Just put one assembler in between the two green circuits and feed them. Yeah, I don't actually think I need more than one. The only thing we could consider is whether we want 2 of these, because this is on a 20-second cycle, and everything else is at a maxing out at 10-second cycle. So this would be the only one that would be reasonable to consider doubling. I think that's a good idea. Something like this. It's not pretty because these all need green circuits. As long as I put green circuits here, then it's fine. But this one also needs to go both. Batteries to electric engine? No, batteries don't need to go to electric engine. The battery to the frame, yes. But that's also why I put it out here together with the steel, because the steel will need to go into here, but also into these two. See, I don't really like this idea. I think this is better, but then I have to do that. Still not good enough. Still gonna suffer with respect to the greens. I mean, I can put something in here, but I can also put something... No, I can't put anything in there. This one, for example, could be like that. Boom. That's going to be steel and batteries coming in. Good. Then all we need is the greens, but the greens also need to go into this one. And how do I get greens into this one and to these two as well? Does anyone know how to stop reveal map command? Yeah, kill it. Go out, leave the game. It can take a long time and you don't know how big it is. How big of an area did you set it to? I kind of feel this is good. Might have done 9. Then you absolutely kill Factorio and just start over. That is... I have done 2,000 and you can wait for it. 2,500, then you definitely just leave it for 25 minutes or something. But if you do that, then you're going to leave it for, I don't know, a week, maybe. I don't know, many hours. So, yeah. It's been 40 minutes, yeah, but you have no idea where it is, so kill it. I would 40 minutes. I think I've waited for that for maybe like 3,000 and then went like, oh yeah, that was a mistake. So and remember it scales quadratically, so yeah. So any ideas on how to get all of these fed with green circuits easily? Maybe the answer is actually sort of different. I mean, at least theoretically this could work. The question is, could I then get this one? What if there was green on this belt? It's not enough. No. Hello, Astan. Good evening. Hey, 9-7, thank you for the 24 months. Boom, 24 months. I really enjoy your streams. Although I'm just watching, love your style of playing games. Thank you, very nice. And that's pretty pretty nice. Like 24 months, that is a long time. And you are not the most chatty. 40 messages over 2 years. Well, kind of more of a silent person. But thank you so much. All right, let's try something else. What if
illustrious champion returns?
This one was going, oops, doing like that. Inglorious Biohazard, thank you for the 15 months. Appreciate it. Welcome. What are you doing today? What we're doing today is we are trying to make some robots things. We're trying to make I want to rush robots, so give me just a few of those. But I don't like the outcome of it. It's completely messed up by the fact that I want 2 of these. If you build 1 robot every 20 seconds, then you get 3 per minute. That's just...
Welcome back.
Hey, Astan, thank you for the 3 months. All right, that's 3 things in a row. That's nice. Emoji tic-tac-toe. Got my PS4 a few weeks back. Gotta say, I kinda approve of the visual quality, though it is getting a bit big. Yep, now all we need is just some games to play on that console, because there really isn't anything. Hey Bartek, thank you for the 200. You forgot the ticket if you wanted to hitch a ride for a train. Yeah, I'm a bit worried about... I do think we need it, right? I do think we need 2 of these. What if we just do it something like this? Hey, Gravis, thank you for the 200. Now, don't you dare start something and then leave me hanging here on the station like yesterday. That was... I cried myself to sleep. Why did I make it like you did in my yellow signs? That's a good point. What did I do in my yellow signs? That's a really good point. You've solved this problem before. Why don't you just fix it, do that thing again? Oh yeah, we did already fix it. Thank you. Woohoo! Cyclops! Whoa! There, guarantee train. Wow! That was a big surprise. Thank you so much, Cyclops. Well done. Sometimes, like, I've solved this problem before. Why are you not just doing what you've already done before? Oh yeah. And then this one has to be the green. Oh, I know why. Because it's not actually enough. I still need... That's because I was looking too heavily on this one. Yay, tax return. Oh, yeah, tax return is usually the other way for me, but okay. If you add a belt to the side, yeah. It'll be fine. This one will be green and what? Green and nothing. Oh, it actually has to be green and steel. Ah. Batteries will have to be up here, because batteries are irrelevant. So that should not be here. Well, that was just Cyclops carrying this whole train on his shoulders by himself. Thank you. Copper goes in, iron goes in, this one goes out. You've been conductor for 2 weeks now. True. Hey Bartek, thank you for the 5. Alright, so so much to join in. Thank you for that, Bartek.
Our modest fellowship expands. Praise
Wonder,
the sub.
can I set how many events it has to be in a row? No, I like the idea that it's 5. Maybe I should just set the timer to higher or something.
A new subscriber.
Hey, EP Geek.
Come, steal yourself.
Consider this my new car treat. Do you get a new car? What kind? The one with wheels and stuff.
A new subscriber. Come, steal yourself. We are building an army.
There.
A new subscriber arrives. It fills you with determination.
I'm a car person. Absolutely. Rare in the US with manual transmission. Uh-huh. Is that a preferred thing? Are the underground supposed to be wrong way around? Yes, they're supposed to be wrong way around. It's kind of one of the tricks I can do. Alright. Oh no, we're not gonna get to level 2. Come on, 50 seconds. Automated rubber duck. Alright, come on. Come on, guys. I need to hype it. I need to hype the hype train. Otherwise, it'll never get there. We barely left the station last time. Ooh, Luke, thank you for the 6. Alright, we can do it. 50 seconds. Or it's less than 50 seconds. Oh, it's 40 seconds on my screen. 30 seconds. Yeah, don't. Ooh, that's... Where are we at? 87? 87? Aberon, thank you so much for just... Oh, and Cyclops with 1900 more. Extremo, thank you for the Twitch Prime. Welcome. Aberon with 1000. Rolling it over. And Bartek with 500. Alright, okay, see. With 5 gifts up more. Alright, so yeah. So yesterday I was just gonna like... I'm not gonna say anything. I'm just gonna be working on my hub, follow hub, and then see where it goes. And then it never left the station. So, it's such a conundrum. And thank you, Freak, for pushing level 2. Guess I was a bit slow. No, you're not slow. You're just making sure that we get there. Hey, Miss Timony gifting another sub to Merkdomolith.
Our illustrious champion returns. Welcome home.
And good evening. Yeah.
A gleaming endowment.
Where is this one supposed to be? It's supposed to be there.
A new subscriber. Come, steal yourself. We are building an army.
Like this. It's starting to also have a pretty decent shape, all things considered. Is this the jumpstart base? No, not really. Ooh, Luke. That matches your 25 skip subs. Matches your name color. Really nice. Is there a way to start a map without biters and then cheat them in at a later point? No, I don't think so. I don't think so, because you'd have to sort of have them spawn. Maybe. Mods and stuff are there for that.
A new subscriber. Come, steal yourself. We are building an army. Welcome back. Your steadfast loyalty is greatly appreciated.
Alright, so let's see. Cyclops is certainly in the lead with 5k bits. Thank you so much. That actually puts you in the top, the leaderboard for the entire month. Actually, I don't even need this one, because that one's going to be inside anyway. Yeah, so putting you at number 1 for the entire month. And then Bartek is not surprisingly in the lead with 10 gift subs. And Michael, thank you for also joining. It would be cool to have like a tally of how many hype trains you've been part of.
Our modest fellowship expands. Praise the sub.
I misclicked. I didn't expect that. Well,
A kind gesture.
yeah, I'd like to see those stats for sure. Yeah, I mean, now we have a channel in Discord where there's a log automatically at the end of every hype train. It logs what's the score, what's the progression, the level, who won, and how much did they do. So yeah, there is a bit of information there, but it's not been running for a very long time. I think this looks good, also in terms of sort of compactness. Then we need to start making the oil part, which is going to be a bit more difficult. That one has to be... Nah, it has to be here. Because it also needs to get iron inbound. Cool. Alright, we're down to 50 seconds. I mean, I don't expect that we can get a level 3, but you know, get your snipes in. Just a measly 5k bits to snipe Cyclops. Or 11 subs to snipe Bartek. Yeah. Pretty close. Cyclops, consolidating. Absolutely, absolutely. Now, I don't think anyone will snipe this. Hey, Luke. 5 gift subs. Oh, no, it's so close. Oh, don't let it go. End on 91%. It's always the same with 91%. Thank you, Luke, for the 5 gift subs. And Bartek just rolling it over. Aperon also with that rollover protection. Yeah, the 30-second... Don't count on the 30-second warning. That's way late. Thank you, Bartek. And Luke and Aberon for just rolling it over.
A new subscriber. Come, steel yourself. We are building an army.
Mia... Is it Mia HJ or Mia... Yeah. Mia? I don't know. Maybe. But thank you for gifting a sub. Another sub for you. Nelson Foodie, thank you for this, for the Twitch Prime, and welcome. Yeah, so many kind supporters in chat. Absolutely. Absolutely.
Steel yourself. We are building an army. A new subscriber arrives. It fills you with determination.
So, water here.
You have returned.
The wrong way. Flip it. Actually...
illustrious champion returns. Welcome home.
I can't flip. I can't flip. But I can flip. I can flip. I can flip. I can flip. I can do this thing.
Returned.
I can flip this.
You have returned.
Yeah, it's not even better. Not even better.
A gleaming endowment. You have returned.
The point was that now the water would be on the same side. So like it would be easier to say, hey, it's just this one for water and then don't worry about it. But truthfully, then that also includes these two. Yes, cracking room. Is it vanilla? Pretty close to. Anyone have a good idea to build this in as simplest of possible manners? Because no matter what, something has to be weird. Now I'm consolidating this part, so is there any reason why this couldn't be closer? Yes, because then I can't get water in here. I never even thought of building chemicals any other way than in your master class. Neither did I. Maybe think about the loop too. Oh crap, loop. Yeah. No matter how much loop you have, you always need more loop. All right, 50-second warning. We have Barthak on 15 and Cyclops on 6k. I think it's 5.5k, but still very impressive. Let's see if anyone wants to join in for the last seconds. I don't expect it. We actually managed to get a level 3 sort of stamped out of the ground here. Thank you so much for the people who supported. Cyclops, now it's 6k. Oh, Luke. Oh, Luke, you're not giving up. I love it. I love it. You will soon get another badge if you're not careful. And what happens then, Barthak? Big surprise. Thank you, Luke, for 5 subs. And Barthak is just relentless. Absolutely relentless. I think yeah. That was, thank you, Luke, for just not only just, so the question is Luke a paid actor? Did he really mean this, or did he just trying to get Barthak to do some more? Oh wait, you actually have to buy him. It's not just bidding up for the next one. Yeah, thank you, Barthak and Luke and Cyclops, especially Cyclops. You were the one who started by knocking it into level 1. Thank you, everyone, and everyone else who joined as well. And also, like Abron and Freak, who just helped getting it on there, and Mia for the gift subs as well.
A new subscriber arrives.
2-0. Okay, yeah, 2-0. Look at that, Cyclops. You should be flashing your level 1, your number 1 badge.
Our modest fellowship expands. Praise the sub.
Jasper, you do know that it's the subs expire, right? So, yeah, Cyclops, you really should be flashing that. I made the LTN like your point 17 and followed your tutorials, but the provider station aren't working, and I don't know why. Yeah. I don't know. I must also say that I am not. Oh, you're 501. Ooh, you should show that badge.
Come, steal yourself.
Wow, Barthak.
We are building
501. Damn it. Now you need to round it off again. There we go. There we go, Cyclops. Display it while you have it.
Fills you with determination.
You need to get to 1,000 now. Yeah, but chillax there. Chillax. Not in 1 month. Yeah, as an engineer, it's hard to debug from that info. Basically, like, yes, something is wrong. What you could do is you could just share your information on Discord, and then you'll just have more people who might just find that to be an interesting challenge to see if they can figure out. The thing is, I've also kind of left the LTN behind because I don't really, I don't feel it's needed. I really like using the limits on trains instead. Alright, we need to figure out how to do this. I feel that there's a better way than this. Hello, Typhus. Let's see. Yeah, I'm gonna take a short break, and you can look at this blinky blinky while I'm taking a short break. Hey! Philippus, thank you for the 500. LTN allows using one station for multiple resources. That is true. Something I would never do. Yeah, let's place those beautiful ones. Barthek, do you want to extend your area here? Or, and here's the good question. This is not a leading question. Do you want to start blocking off Timbo? Like he has done for other people? Or do you just consolidate close to Timbo? Yeah. Huh? Why is this? Oh, there it is. Boop. Oh, the other one was level 4. Good work. And Cyclops. Let's see where you are already. Oh, you've been boxed in. Hey, Diablo, thank you for joining with the raid. Right below Timbo. Like here? Or there? Hello, Hedgehog. You want it here, so helping Barthek encapsulate Timbo. Is that correct? I'll hold it here and then I'll wait for you to say yes or no. Yes. Awesome. That seems like Team Maroon is is on a quest for vengeance. No? Oh, because it's not 00, it's 99. There you go. Oh, poor Timbo. Yeah, talk to Castor about that. Look at Castor. He's given up hope and life itself just because he's been boxed in here. Cool. I'm going to take a short break. Then when we come back, we are going to continue on designing this weird little robot factory, and then get back to the big designs again. All right, welcome back. Thank you for your patience. Okay, let's jump up here. Let's make sure that we have the right number of things here. Yeah, it is. I don't think this one's going to be any different. The only difference it could be was being reversed, but that doesn't really make any sense. Oh, hold on. There's no one who says that it has to be right here. It can be further up if it wants to. It can go all the way up here, and then it's going to be much nicer. All right, this is good. This is good. That's better. So another option is to basically make it more water focused. Water focused. Holy shit. Oh, I managed to mute because I have to mute manually. But I think I got it. Sorry. Wow. Okay. Didn't even... I barely had time to dab for that one. Whew. Oh. You know you're in a bad physical shape when a sneeze will get you to sprain something. I just keep iterating on this one, and I just can't really get it. Like, I like the fact that water is just pointed down, but is it... Could argue it's the least important one, but it's the one that's being used most places, so it does seem a bit more important. Oh, that actually should be one of these. Okay. That one can go here. Cool. Now let's see if it works. Whoops. Ah, lubricant. Horus Lubricant. That's his name, right? Horus Lubricant. The Emperor's Child. Here. Let's see. Yeah, so I think that the stuff that Excel said was there is one of the words is subscription. That's probably thank you for the subscription. Yeah, it's weird that Twitch has decided to do that, but yeah, well. Pump, singular. I really have a tough time figuring out sort of how this is going to be placed, and it's just really it's bothering me a bit that I can't just go like, yep, and that's how that's done. Because now this one goes here, and what the... I could do this one and then just go something along the lines of that, and then just go, don't care. See, this one's going to give us issues with water. This one's going to just... Is it going to give us issues with water? Just if you're being honest. Yeah, this one, if I could hit it to there, it would be nice. Real nice. But, oops. I can't. That would have to mean that this one goes, oops, it goes in here. That would be lovely. And then that would also be good. But how would I get the water out? The only way is if I push this over here, which is going to be super... Oh, it's going to be impossible unless I drag this down here. No, I don't want to do that. I kind of like this one. But I also need some kind of solution to the water, because the water can't go out here. It can't go out there. This one's just not really fitting very well. Are there any other options for this? That could be an option, but that's not really a good one. I really like this idea. There. Doesn't matter. This is the one that matters and isn't working very well. Move heavy carrying one up. Why would that help anything? As in... That might be something, right? Then I constrain these. This might be the least awful option we've found so far. The only thing that this one's going into is here. Yeah, that's not much. If I build that here, it would be... I'd like to build it down here somehow. Yeah, so I think... Now I need this one and this one to head into that one, and somehow that's going to be just fine. That's not great, to say the least. Makes it ever so slightly less bad. So that's the water coming in. Could direct connect, yeah, I could, but to what? Just try it over here. What if I switch these two? I'm just trying to see if... That's not bad. It's sort of more compact, but still. Could connect lubricant plant to heavy oil. It is connected to heavy oil. That one, does that make a difference? Yeah, it kind of makes a difference, because then it's... if that could be a thing. Almost a thing, right? Huh. There's water right there. It's pretty close to being able to be put in to the right one. Why would I need rocket fuel? Oh, okay, that's not it. Oops. Oh, this has another problem. A lack of input for heavy oil. Or light oil here. Unless I just connect it over on this side, which just makes everything even more weird. This one would then have to go down to this one. That's so weird. Doesn't make any sense at all. It seems like everything is going around on the outside. Oh yeah, this also doesn't work because it's two of them over each other. That doesn't work. Can't do that. Yeah. I also don't really like having this on the outside. It kind of like having this one out here. But it does require figuring out where the water is supposed to come in. There's a lot of compromises to make that one work. Alright, so if we just deal with water as in, you're just gonna be here. Boop. Done. Like this one is just like somewhere down there. This one's somewhere down there. This one is somewhere down there. Good. What are we missing? We're missing light oil. I guess the best option for light oil is actually doing this.
Our illustrious champion returns. Welcome home.
This feels weird. Hey, Diffuse, thank you for the 25 months. What are we optimizing for? Size? That's a good question, Flipperdu. Basically, I'm optimizing for something that's compact and has sort of easy flow. And I don't think I've either done compactness or easy flow. It has a certain charm to it, I think. I'm liking the mess. I think I like this one better than that one. Oh, it needs to go one down. That's actually not a problem. I can just take the whole thing here. Oops. Has to be cut. One down. Something is happening. And I actually think the water is really good right now. Right, the water is very, very neat. And then oil can also just come in from, I mean, anywhere it likes. It's blinking. It's absolutely blinking. So doing without, it'll self-balance. Probably, yeah. But I wouldn't say self-balance. Would it? No, it could, at least theoretically, get into an error state. I am producing some oil, and all the heavy oil gets converted into lubricant. So maybe it will. Hello, Matt B. Switching lubricant to cracking. That's going to be a very different move. Then I lose all the... We tried that before and I didn't... I actually like this better. Triangle without this... It actually isn't going to help us a lot, to be honest, because even though this one looks like it's taking up a lot of space, it also means that I can spread things out around this part here. So you can see they're all sort of facing inputs towards the center. Inputs here, inputs here, inputs here, inputs there. And if I didn't have this one, I would just try to cram it in and I wouldn't actually be able to get it closer. Are you going to use enough lubricant or will it get backlogged with heavy oil? I cannot say for sure that I will be... Right, so I definitely need to do heavy oil cracking. Am I even? Probably not, actually. probably need to use all of the heavy oil. Okay, so basically the idea is that I actually need very, very little oil here. So let's count it and say for each robot. Let's see for one robot, what do we need for one robot? For one robot, you need one electric engine and 2 batteries. One electric engine, you need 15 lubricant. So we need 15 lubricant, that's going to be 15 heavy oil. Alright, so for one robot we need 15 heavy oil. And we need 2 batteries. 2 batteries require 40 sulfuric acid. 40 sulfuric acid requires 4 sulfur. 4 sulfur requires 60 petroleum gas. So that means the ratio is 15 heavy oil to 60 petroleum. This one has an output. I'm going to convert the 45 light oil. 45 light oil. See, that is divided by 30 times 20. Yes. Plus the 45 in here. No, the 55 plus 55. All right, so I have 85 light oil. This one is basically producing 25 plus 85. If I take my what am I doing? I'm just saying, what if I multiply this by, I'm using 15. So I'm using 15 and 60, and I need to compare this to 25 and 85, just to see what the ratio is like, right? So I take my 60 and then divide by 15 and multiply by 25. That gives 100. So I'm actually over-consuming petroleum, so I will need to use some heavy oil cracking. Good. That was all I needed to figure out. I will need some heavy oil cracking. Great. Yeah. Yeah, I can't really work with a negligible amount of lubricant because this one is also using a negligible amount of petroleum, and I still need to find out which one of the negligible amounts is the larger at the ratio. So we now have the answer. I must have this one. That one. Lubricant. That's annoying, this one. What are we missing here? Missing some red wire. For that one, just go only when this is greater than something like this, right? I don't think we're missing anything. I think this is actually pretty sound. Is there anything we can compact a bit more? Yeah, there's definitely something that can be compacted here. This space here is not necessary. Yep. And then we have another issue, this one. That means all of this is also going to be moved down. It means it's only actually this part that moved up. Ugh. Alright, great. Great, great, great. Alright. And it starts at somewhat the same level. That's pretty good. And it's like a little square thing. It's anything that's just scream inefficiency here. I mean, the whole thing, but of course. I guess we'll try building it then. Okay. Everything gets downgraded. Nice. Batteries are built right there. That's why we have sulfuric acid. That's why we have this. That's why we even consume everything. The constant combinator for steel is wrong. Yes, it's flipped. No, yeah, more than just flipped. It's... this. Right, do I really honestly need 2 belts of this? I don't think so. What if I collapsed it in with 1 more belt? So that I only have 1 mixed belt. Yeah, let's forget this for now. I don't think I need 2 belts. I think I don't need this belt at all. And I think I need this one to just be a mixed belt. Everything is so low quantity that why not? Okay, that means again this one has to move by a single tile. Only 4 long. Is this just for construction and logistics bots, or is it for science? It's only not for construction. It's not even for logistics bots. It's only for construction bots. Only construction bots, because logistics bots require red signs. And I also saying that when you want robots, you want 500 of construction bots, 5,000 construction bots, so you can clean out a forest, but you don't really need a lot of other things. Cool. Let's try and figure out how to build some power poles on this. Don't particularly like this. I'd like it to be here, but I can't really do that. No matter which one I do, it doesn't work. And you don't have substations at this point. Well, that's an awful, awful mess of power poles. Whoops. Watching your stream, I get why I'm not yet successful at this game. I'm too impatient. I'm like, let's throw this down, run the game at 10 speed, and we'll fix this later. Yeah, I don't do that. I like this part. This is the best part, is just finding ways that things just fit together in new ways. And you can just, like, couldn't I make this go just a bit closer? Yes, I can. There are a lot of quirks in this build. And it's just been sort of squeezed together. Anything else? Anything else? I'm kind of thinking this one could be moved up, but it doesn't matter since that one goes in. That red inserter for the engine is the same as the stack inserter on top. The red inserter on the engine is the same as stack inserter on top. Yeah, it actually is. It actually is. What's on this belt? The steel. Yeah, steel. Okay, so steel's coming in there. That is perfect. Thank you. Much nicer. Much nicer. Ah, vast improvement. All right, let's try it. I'll put some lights here and there. Good. I'm going to take this. Not cut it, but copy. And all right, what could we come up with? Where do we want to build it? I don't have any spaces left. I have a space here. That's like the only place I have left. But getting oil, crude oil in there is not going to be easy because crude oil is down here. Here. Haha! We'll build it here. That's perfect. What could possibly go wrong? This is not at all a bad place. Not at all a hack. Oh yeah, it also just should be yellow belts. How do we make it yellow belts? We do that by just going like this. Yeah, they refuse to actually build it with yellow belts or what? But you do have yellow belts. You do have everything. Yep. Cool. I just didn't have it myself, obviously. And they go there and then they just change their mind. So this... Oh, I also need steel. Damn. I thought we were good. Steel on the inside. I guess we'll just request steel. It's... I guess not. That's water. Not a lot, but some. Oil. And I'll just request some steel here. So let's see how many errors we have. This one's producing lubricant a bit. Going in here. We're not getting any engines yet, but it's getting the first one engine. Getting an engine. Working on an electric engine now. This is fully saturated. This one is filling up the pipe now. This one missing batteries. Oh, this one is huffing and puffing, so that's good. Now both of those are working. Woohoo! And this one should also be keeping up. I didn't even figure that into consideration, but in 16 seconds it'll make 2, and in 20 seconds this will consume in 20 seconds this will consume 4. So it's actually one of these is exactly enough. Oh, these are also speed 7.5, so it's gonna be even less. We actually have the first one. This one is getting stuck, hopefully. We want to see that it actually works and getting stuck. Oh, it keeps going. I wonder how far does it go? Yeah, exactly, Notonius. Whoop, indeed. 219, I guess, is my guess. Yeah, 200 and then one craft above 200. Now this one got stuck. This one says it's working, but it probably isn't. Hey, we got something in here. Then that guy needs to go above 500. What we are then looking for is... This one is stalling. This one has plenty. This one has plenty. Fully stacked, fully stacked. Okay, so now it's sort of reached... I want to see a steady state where this one is okay. While we are waiting for that one to reach a steady state, let's just build this one. Yep. What are we at here? 200. We want to see that this one activates and it doesn't get into any kind of weird situation where it gets stuck. Alright, so... Okay, the petroleum is also full. We should have all pipes full, actually. Alright, of course, the light oil goes in here and gets cracked. The heavy oil gets into this box. So the only thing that can stack up is the petroleum, which will just wait until it gets requested from here, which it will be. This is 315. So I have to step away. Is this robot module going to connect to the jumpstart base blueprint or totally separate? Totally separate, because you're building at a much later state. You have to, with the with the jumpstart base, that will get you all the red and green signs. So you have to build a proper base in order to get some blue signs, or hack it in the way you want yourself, and then you can do this thing. But I think it's nice if we can, without building all the other things here, like building them in large scale, we can just do this. Heavy oil and lube could stall due to lack of petroleum consumption. Nope, that's we calculated it. There's a higher petroleum demand than lubricant demand. No, there's a higher petroleum demand than there is a heavy oil demand. So heavy oil will need to be converted. This one will scale up and then this one will activate because there is a bigger demand for petroleum. If I can do my calculations, of course. Interesting is this one. 405? What? Storage tank content? Fluids? What? What happened? This one has crafting speed, products finished 1. Oh, okay, there was something in. What? Fluid system storage tank is 25. How is there only 25 in this storage tank? That makes no sense. Where's the rest? Where's the rest of the fluid tank if not in here? Where is this? Where's this 165? Pumps? Yeah, but pumps don't contain anything. Oh, this one does. Alright, this one has eaten 400 oil. Damn it. This one hasn't eaten anything because it just ate all these 400. Damn. Ah, man. And then where's the last 20? There. 20 plus 400 plus 65, that's 285. Ah, yes. Thank you for answering that question, Notorious. And just, okay, and the rate we're building at is 2 every 20 seconds, but it's crafting speed. So it's 1 every 10 seconds divided by 0.75. That means 1 every 13 seconds. Weird. This one? Fluid system 160. I want to see that this one actually activates and does stuff and just balances things out. This one always going to be stuck here. Obviously it is. It's shutting off because there's not enough oil consumption. This is the only thing that consumes, and it just consumes slower than it can produce. That's why. 180. Come on. Get stuff done. Since we're assuming you have plastic from conquering oil and getting blue, you could probably plop a speed module in the advanced oil processing. Why? What would that help? Just we'll go with my favorite quote of all supply chain. Any optimization that is not on the bottleneck has no impact on the throughput of the system. Eliyahu M. Goldratt. I can throw a million speed modules here and it's not going to do a damn thing because this is the production capacity. These ones are pushing extra heavier to prevent starvation of light. I'm not starving light. And so what? So what? I can put modules in all this crap here. It'll do absolutely fuck-o for our throughput because these two are the ones that dictate the throughput. Any optimization anywhere that's not on a bottleneck has zero impact. All it does is just fill up a buffer faster. Yep, but heavy oil is not the processing bottleneck. If it was, then I would have put it in there. Increased game speed. Yeah, but we'll just But it's just such a core element of what I see people who are not from a logistics background working on any production system like Factorio, Satisfactory, Dyson Sphere Program, anything, oxygen not included. It's just, all right, let me optimize this. And I'm like, does make sense. It's not the bottleneck. So if you're not changing the bottleneck, you're not increasing the throughput of the system. And you define the bottleneck that you want, and then you make sure that every step up to the bottleneck is at scale or slightly above scale. I know there's a guy who once released a video on YouTube called Learn to Love Your Bottlenecks. You sound like an engineer. Oh, you mean like a engineer with a specialty in logistics and transport? Gee. Great title? Yep. It's a magnificent video. It has at least 1,000 views. At least 1,000 views. Gotta make every part of the system one-to-one its required capacity in case of shutdown. I think that's more of a practical situation. All right, no products crafted. This one's a 400%. I'm gonna wait for this one to get all the way up. Okay. Batteries hasn't backed up yet, so petroleum consumptions are higher than in steady state. Correct. It'll back up soon enough. But we have filled up all of these. But I'm also like, we've slowly filled up this one, but there is no way that it can back up. Because it's the only thing that, in this case, we're working on consuming things, and the only thing that backs up is this one. And whenever that backs up, it gets converted, and then it basically resets this. So, it works. Sephiroth, that's actually not true. This is another lovely fallacy of optimization. No, you want to love your bottlenecks because that's what dictates the pace of your production. I see sometimes, and I do it myself, to go, all right, let's chase bottlenecks. All right, that's the bottleneck. Now fix that one. What do you just did? You moved the bottleneck from something you know, something you are aware of, something you've designed, to somewhere randomly in the production chain. That's not good. For example, if you look at the entire thing here, this thing is processing exactly 500,000 signs per hour, and that's got to be the bottleneck. And then all the other things will then have to provide additional in here because that's my bottleneck. And then I guarantee you that if we ever get this up and running, someone will go like, add more modules, then you can do faster science. And I go, no, I will not do faster science. I will just move my bottleneck from a known and designed place to somewhere. I have no idea. Maybe it's the copper smelting for here. Maybe it's the iron smelting. Maybe it's the gear production or the inserter production. I will then have lost my overview of where my bottleneck is. It's no longer working as designed. It's just, and then you have to go chase it and put speed modules in here just to get this slightly faster, and then you run out of build capacity, and then you run out of shrink. No. So that's what I mean by learn to love your bottlenecks. Because you find your bottleneck and you define it, that you go, this is my cadence for my factory. It's also like one thing, and that comes back to one of the other questions from earlier, was like, how has Factorio changed the way I think? No, it hasn't. It's the other way around, because I see people, when you go a crowd of people and you walk down the street and you have to cross an intersection, and then two of the people just run over for a red light. Are they getting faster to your destination? No. They're just standing on the other side of the street waiting for the rest of you who waits for the green light, and then you walk over to them, and then they start working again. So they're faster, but they're not going to get to wherever you're going faster because they're still going to be waiting for you. And if you have a group of people working, you have have a bunch of school kids, right? This is also a good example. It's a perfect example. Have a class of 6-year-olds. That is a perfect logistical system. And you're out for a walk. You're going to be walking to that museum and you're going to be walking back again. Some of the kids are walking faster, some of the kids are walking slower. But you're all going to get there at the same time because the ones who get there first are still going to have to wait for the other ones before you go in. So how do you do it? How does it always work? Always works like the fastest one are up front, and then there's some lagging at the back, and it just gets spread out more and more and more. So what you do is you take your slowest one, and you put them up front, and you say, no one overtakes the slow one. You're still going to get to exactly the same time, but now it's a nice little clump that moves instead of it's just getting spread out to a longer and longer snake. And that's also what happens in a factory. If you have some processes that run faster and some processes that run slower, then you set the cadence for the entire factory towards the slow one. So the slow one pulls from the other one, which is what you see with belts. What you see with belts here, right? This one pulls in at the rate it can do. You don't want it to be running in as fast as possible. So, isn't that awesome? I love it. And I love using a class of school kids as a logistic example. But we've seen that it works. Production is working. This says reset to 425. I was a slow kid in summer camp. It sucked being the last one to reach the camp the first day. As I recall, the sun was setting at that point too. Yes. Are we break? Oh yeah, we break. I hope you like this little anecdote. Or maybe you didn't. No, it's part of the deal. As statistical scenario, it makes sense. Exactly, Sadanator. That's also why I started by quoting Eliyahu M. Goldratt. Cool. This works. It's awesome. Let's wrap it up after the break, and then we can go into something else, some other distraction, or maybe we'll continue this design here that we were working on. This is the... No? I've loaded the wrong map. I loaded this one. I should have loaded that one. All right. So we're probably going to have to... The good thing we didn't do anything except that. That's fine. This is why I need to play on the server again. This is what happens when I'm in control. I need to be... I need to have someone being... Yeah. We'll do that afterwards. I need to play on the server. Cool. All right. I'll be back in 2 minutes. Ooh. Keep that going. Don't ever stop. Cool. I'll be back in 2 minutes. Don't go away. What the hell is a Steam Community Award? Yeah, start the signs on the wrong map. Absolutely. I will absolutely do that. And there's nothing you can do to stop me. Here. This one, and robots. Boop. Oh, no. Also, that one. And then a robot. There. So what do we not have? We don't have this one. We don't have these two because you don't know where it comes in. And I think everything else is sound. Robot, jump, oops, start. Steel needs to come in on the left, yes, left side of the belt. Yes, that's correct. And that is, the good point about that is actually that I think that what I need is to get that one and steel, iron, and copper. Try again. Not that one. Not these two. And that's probably it, right? Good. I'll put it up here, and then I'll immediately save it somewhere that doesn't get thrown away next time I'm just looking at it with in a funny way. Copy and put it into our blueprint. All right. So in the meantime, feel free to yell at me what we should do now, aside from just loading the correct save. And if anyone wants it, there it is. Oh no, the worst part is actually the hype train. Luckily there were no hype trains yesterday. Woo! 77. 77. Oh no! Why is this 7744? Oh, 76. 78. That's the one we've been playing at, so it's this one. Yeah. But the thing is, there were no hype chains yesterday, so that's easy to do. That means it's only the two for, or the one for today. So I can add that. I'll gladly add that. It is a joy for me to add that. Here. And of course I can remember it. I can even remember the names. I mean, all the weird things here. There you go. That was it. Cool. And I'll probably just save it as 22S. What happened to the server? The mod is broken in multiplayer, and Timbo hasn't had time to take a look at it yet. So, unfortunately, we are stuck playing locally for now. Okay, so let's have a look at this one. That means I need an iron train in here. What else do I need? Can someone make an integration mod which makes us to get run over by hype trains? I'm sure someone could make that. if they really wanted to. Why would I want this on the inside? Let me just see if I can figure it out. No idea. But I guess I want it on the inside. Okay. That's the piping. This is the iron and gears. I think this is how it's going to be. And that goes up here. All right, so this here, this one is the next. Ah, there's another little one here. Okay. Okay. That one. And this one will also come in by trains. Those trains should probably be coming up from the north, just so that we don't make it more crowded on that side. And so what I'm needing inbound is advanced circuits and sulfur. Sulfur is super easy, isn't it? Hey Donnie, good evening. Really like your YouTube content. Wanted to say thanks. Thank you. Always lucky. That must be nice to be always lucky. Yeah, so let's build a train up here, or at least sort of gauge how we want the train to be up there. Is that really the case? Okay, so we need to figure out if 3 red circuits on a half belt is enough for these 24 up to that one. Is it more or less than 22.5 red circuits per second? 20. Not a problem. Need a really basic train tutorial. You can try mine. It's not always. I don't know what that makes a difference, but still. That's a hold on. That's not correct. Because if I take half a belt in here, then I'd have to have it on 2 belts out there. So I need to make sure that I get these 2 belts up here. They are already mixed. And in order to mix them properly, I will do something like this. Something like this. Flip it. I think that's how I want to do it. So I'll have 1 full belt of sulfur and 1 full belt of red circuits coming in. Obviously don't need to be right there. They could be... Let's play with the idea of having it right there. I do have a very basic train tutorial, and I think it's good, but you know. Yeah. Maybe I don't know. Good. So this is now ready. All we need is iron train and steel train on the south side, and a sulfur train and a red circuit train on the top side. That is still 45 steel per second. So it's not a trivial amount of steel. Oh, look at this. Someone hasn't done their damn homework. Did you run out? I suppose. Ooh. What about that one? Let's try that. Falling over to bed. Good planetary rotation state. Pfft. Okay. So now this one is ready to implement out here. Let's just grab it for now as it is. I want none of these, and I want none of these. I think it would be cool if it was actually matching here. Except I think I need to make sure that I also have the stations in. Station will be... What? And this is the moment when I realize that it's one tile off. I don't think it's one tile off, but I'm also just... Let's have a look. It's one tile off. Yeah, don't forget you need 2 of these. Oh man, hold on, that's not great. Yeah, with 2 of these, I think it's actually better to get it on one side, so I could get like the 4 supply trains in the middle and then 1 on the either side of it. That would be lovely. I think that's much better. All right, this one was pretending to be... Does it actually matter at all? I don't think it does. Are you a fan of mixed underground belts or just all blue? Only blue. I'll not do belt weaving. Every time I do it, it messes up. Yeah, thank you, Kirk. That's also what I realized, that it doesn't actually matter that it's one tile off. So, but I'm still gonna go move it that way instead. You can also just go away. Take that out. Get the fuel. 1, 2, 3, 4. Five. Can I get one more? No. Don't bother waiting. Of course. So, they are still loading correctly. Although, I must say that missing half the inserters is not gonna help on our throughput. Missing some of the inserters at least. Okay, and then the idea is that this one now has to be moved down. That one. Whoops, what did I do? This one. Is that? Yeah, it goes more outwards than inwards, yes. So this is the one I want to place, and then I need somehow to figure out how to do 4 trains in the middle and how I'm gonna go. I'll figure it out. I'll figure it out. Although 4 trains in the middle is going to be horrifying. Let's build one of these and then just take it from there. None of these, none of these. And that, oh, also none of this crap. Two stack inserters set to 8. Stack size is half a blue belt. No, not 2 times 8. 8 plus 12. And now I should be able to see this thing exactly right here. Exactly somewhere. And then I just jiggled it just a bit. Just jiggle it a bit. Let's build it here because I'm not going to have anything above it anyway. So I'm going to be... I'm going to chunk it in there. Then I'm going to destroy all of that thing that's in the way. Then, oh no! I forgot that this is a Roboport network. Yeah, okay, let's kill all of these as well. Oops. And except I'd really like to get this one first before we just destroy everything. I can get this corner. Didn't we already get this? Whew. Let's see. Do I have a place where I can show this easily? I want to test it. I mean, I want to show Millennium Facklon. Just instead of us just saying yes, no, then I want to find somewhere that it actually can be done. Not these ones. Why is this actually still? Ooh, I was about to do something stupid. Don't change it to change signals. That would be horrifying. Oh no. That's not what I wanted. I did not want that. These are obviously not going to be changed. Yeah, I don't think I can just do this. Good thing I have upgrade planner. That's so convenient that I don't have to manually upgrade everything when I have an upgrade planner. Woohoo. Yeah, I have abandoned my option of doing something. With 12 inserters, swing speed is weird. In swing speed in wired with 12, it's able to be in sync with 12 and just works. Yes. Okay. Yeah, I have it on the blueprint. That's for my train unloading, and I just had to, for the unloading part here, because I knew someone would go like, oh, you can actually do more. So then I did this one. This one is without resorting to cars, tanks, or train wagons to unload. This, I believe, is the most you can get out of a train. 12 blue lanes, compressed blue lanes. Oh, I hate the fact that they've saved the crisscross wiring. That means that it really should be going through it. So this one is unlimited, this one is 8. This one is 8, and this is unlimited. So it's the one that's closest should be 8, the one that's furthest is 12. The reason why the one that's furthest back is 12 is because this one is just supposed to unload as fast as possible, and then the one with 8 is just fitting in exactly in the gaps. So that's the one. Do you have video for the most efficient smelting? Also, do you update your videos if a patch changes something? No patch has changed anything of note. So I would probably do it if something was like radically changed, but nothing has changed. There's been an addendum in terms of the limit trains. Yeah, power grid comb. Yeah. Most efficient smelting, and kind of do. I have one to highlight about how to do this kind of smelting, which is again efficient. This is efficient in terms of updates. All right, but that's not what we are doing. We are going out and trying to make this one, trying to build this. This one will go out this way and up and out and all these cool things. And obviously this has to go in here. So we're going to need to get more landfill. Yep, good stuff. So now we just wait for these ones to respond. Oh, smelting. Oh, most efficient smelting. Yeah, I do have two. I have one that's the basic one, which is early game smelting. Some very efficient early game smelting setups. And one that's way too efficient. And then I have the late game smelting. Advanced smelting, that one. With some advanced builds. Or this one, a full city block size that produces 90 steel per second. So yes, I do have two of those. Let's see. So how would I do the next part? Also, it's really important. I have to remember to take these things out. Gradually take these out. I do smelting at the ore now. Yeah, I wouldn't do that. Never do that. I would never do that. not never, but I know. Because it runs out, and then when it runs out, then you have to move your entire entire operations to somewhere else. And then you can go like, oh, okay, but it won't run out. Okay. Then you... Alright, so what I need now is actually building all of this crap. And that's going to require a building train. I'm going to take my building train. Yeah, let's get my building train. Sure, doesn't need fewer trains, but I mean, not playing Factorio would also require fewer trains, and trains are awesome. That's it. I know it's the worst argument, but you know, I like trains, so I don't think actually it will require fewer trains, will it? On the surface, yes, because you can load things directly in, but yeah, it will require fewer trains. But you will also have, like, okay, so the reason why I would strongly advise against it is that if you go out and find a new location, that one, ta-da, 2.5 million, 250 million iron. All right, how many smelting columns are you going to build? Right, that's... So if when you start building it with mining productivity 21, you're going to start doing this, and you calculate it meticulously and find out you can actually get exactly, I don't know, 12 belts out of it. So you can build 12 smelting columns, and then two things can happen. Maybe they balance out. One is you start consuming the patch, and now it doesn't provide 12 lanes anymore. So now you have like a lot of half-empty production. Oops. Or this is a giant one, like 250 million, so it's going to last for a very long time. So sometime in the future, you have mining productivity 63. And now you could actually extract 18 belts out of it. So either way, you have built something that you've hard locked to the size of the patch. Either it's going to be too small, or it's going to be too big, or if you are extremely lucky, it'll balance itself out, right? Microservice all the way. Exactly. Yeah, so you basically say all iron ore, you put it into the train network, and then you process it at whatever many locations, right? Why am I not using blue fill? Because it doesn't make any... It doesn't make any difference. It doesn't make any particular difference. Right? Because people think that you can stamp down a blueprint with landfill, and then you'll both get the blueprint, you both get the landfill, and you'll get the stuff on top. You don't. So you're still going to have to place it down, the blueprint, which will just be like this, and then once it's built, you're still going to have to place the same blueprint on top just to get this out. So it's not really doing anything. Yes, sure, it's the same blueprint. You can stamp it down, and you can stamp it down again, and it'll just sort of work. Sure, I concede that. But I don't, because I don't always want to landfill everything. Like, if I had used that landfill, I would have destroyed this part. So that means I would have two different landfills, and I don't really like it. So I don't need it, so I don't build it like that. All right, I am going to take this train. You're going to go out here. Yes. Let's do that. That feels like a bug. Nope, it is absolutely not a bug. It is very much intended. You can't place an entity on a ghost landfill, and you shouldn't be able to either. Auto landfill, just the needed tiles. Let's try it. That would make sense as well. Yeah, there is probably one as well. With the thing with Factorio is that no matter what you can come up with a sort of small convenience, there's probably the answer is there's a mod for it. Alrighty. Alright, I'm just gonna wait for you. Oops, here. And let me get this one. That seems like a good place to park. Oops. Take a step back. Let's get these out of the way. Doesn't matter what I take, I'm gonna have this train going back and forth many, many times. Ta-da! Fly, minions, fly! I hope this is a good place to put it, because that's the place where it's gonna be. Why is it working like this, right? So they can actually run out of power. The roboports can run out of power even though there's enough power in the batteries. Maybe the roboport charging rate should not be a thing. Robots charging at roboports, but moving power from the internal batteries to the internal roboport really should not be constrained. Add more batteries to speed up the roboport charging. That would not work because I have a ton of batteries, as you can see. These are full, they're here. I have enough power, but these still discharge and they can't internal buffer recharge rate. That's the problem. 3.5 megawatts of internal recharge rate. I don't understand why they need to have an internal recharge rate. I don't think that's a necessary thing to have a bottleneck on. There's a limit of power transfer into and out of batteries. But that's not the constraint. It's not out of... Is there, though? I mean, then it would be a hidden parameter that I am not sure of. There is out of robots. There's a speed limit for charge and discharge. Of roboports. Yes. Of accumulators. Yes. Max input, max output. But of batteries, it doesn't say anywhere. So that means what you're... Yeah, normal accumulators, but we're not using accumulators. We're using personal batteries. And I'd like to... If you are stating that as a fact, then I'd like to find that information, right? Because then it's not in the tooltip. It's not in the debug tooltip. These do not have a charge rate in or out. Roboports have a charge rate in or out, at least listed. It could have it, but then they haven't listed it in the tooltip, which seems, well, sloppy at best. These ones, if you look at it, this one has robot recharge rate, max consumption. This one can maximum consume 2 megawatts. That's the limit that I'm bumping up against, that I'm not super enthusiastic about. So what are we missing? We're missing Okay, inserters, beacons, modules. A few of these, 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 a few of these. Oh, a few of these. All right, you go home. Summon the other one. I love that part. It's super nice. Then now when we are done with all of this, then we can go back and we will probably, maybe, hopefully have the other chain inbound, ready to be unloaded and used here. Two separate armor mods. Alright, let's see. What are we missing? We're missing beacons and productivity modules and some speed modules. That's it. Okay. Beacons, modules, and more modules. Alright, let's go. Let's see if that works. And go. I love that we just have so many modules available. Let's see. How many modules do we have? 42,000 plus 17,000. Yep, I don't think we're going to run out anytime soon. We're still missing a couple of hundred of both of them, so you go back. You get in here. What's our power like? Not great, not great. Not a lot of buffer. That's nuclear power. Looks like about 200 plus 100. I have all the batteries I need, so this should be good. Should be enough power for a little bit there. Yep. Hey, and you know what? We might actually use all our uranium. Oh, wait a minute. You will fill about 5 chests with modules every stream. Oh, that's good. That's I mean, that's also something I'll be happy to solve very easily. See, we've already anticipated it. There we go. Now I'm not going to run out any next my mini streams. We'll find out about uranium when it's too late. Absolutely, we're definitely finding out when it's too late. That's the only way to do it. We have 41,000 plus 305,000. I don't know. These ones, how many do we have of that? We have... Oh, look at that. We have actually 12,000 of the... 12,000 unused. Oh. We are not consuming this fast enough. Oh, you know what? That's a giant mistake what I just did here. Oops. because I don't have enough buffered to build it. So I'm going to be building all of them partially, and I don't think that's a great idea. I'd much rather be making sure that we build some of them completely. Yeah, so let's build these 3, and once those 3 are built, we can build something more. Cool. The great thing about this is I'm going to make a mirror of this. All right. So now I need to figure out what the next thing I want to do is. Let's see here. Yes. And there. So this is basically just to try. Okay, Mako, that's not the name I wanted. I wanted that one. So I like this, but now we need to make some trains in here that can actually unload. How the hell would we do this? All right. What if all of our trains are the same length? Like, no. Like, no. Because steel train, if the trains are 8 wagons long and I need to unload 1, 2, 3, 4 lanes of iron and then 4 lanes of iron to the other side, then I have an 8 wagon train that has to unload 8 wagons. That's kind of a lot. So this one definitely, iron train should definitely be 16. But all the other ones could be 181. Or I make 2 iron. No, I definitely don't make 2 iron trains. No, iron is going to be more. Yes. Cool. I think I actually want to build it somewhere closer to home, so I can take this out and try to build it there. I think that's better. This is a clunky place to build it, because I don't have the materials and then just requesting and building and... Yeah, I want to build it down here. We'll make a bit of room for this and then we'll just... Yeah, let's try it. So, how are you guys doing? Doing good? And temperature is increasing here. Good. Oops. Alright, all the robots. A love-hate relationship with Factorio. Oh, why? But I think I also kind of have a love-hate relationship with Factorio. As a job, I love the fact that I can play Factorio as a job. I hate the fact that I'm so tied into Factorio. But Dyson Sphere has been good to me, so I'm hoping that I can also sort of take my style and apply it to other games that are in the same. So that's cool. That's something I really hope I can do, so I become less dependent on Factorio, because Factorio is a dying game. We can say what we want, and it's still going to be fun, but it is a dying game. There will be every day there will be fewer viewers than yesterday, and there'll be fewer new discoveries, and each new discovery will be smaller in terms of percentage. So, yeah, exactly. No wonder you felt Dyson Sphere Program was a huge breath of fresh air. Yeah, it was a huge breath of fresh air because it was a new game that I could sort of throw myself at. But it was also, from a work perspective, the fact that I did that and it was so successful. Unfortunately, as all things that go up, they must come down, and that's what's happening now. And it's just so sad because it's so easy to get used to those good view numbers on YouTube. It's so easy to get used to it, and number of new subscribers, but it's so easy to get used to it. And then when you see this things sort of regressing towards the norm, it's less. It's really hard to remember that it was the abnormal thing was the deviation. But you know, it is what it is. It's part of it. Fun times. Oh, there's another one up here. Anything else? Oh, that one. I think we got it. They've announced plans for a major DLC in 2 years, so. Satisfactory, yes. Sensing seem to have sucked the soul out of Sisto. What does that mean? Does that mean he plays a lot? Or does it mean that he doesn't play it? Or does it mean that he hates it? It doesn't mean he played it too much? What is that? What does that mean? I haven't watched any of Sisto's work for a very long time. Someone really needs to address this one. What do I hope the DLC will be? 3D Factorio. Sorry to say it, that's the only thing I really want. I want 3D Factorio, but you can't have it. No, but that's what I want. Okay, please don't do that. Can never go wrong with more things, more recipes, more playtime. Shapes area is an accidental link. Yeah. Nilo set himself a big. Oh. Nilo set himself. Oh, yeah, I guess you mean like. Get to me, comma. He set himself really and ended up playing hundreds of hours with longer and longer gaps between episodes. Yeah, but isn't that kind of how he always does it? He has these mammoth projects that are super impressive, and sometimes they always also complete. You're supposed to go here. Yes, thank you. So that sounds exactly like sort of his normal MO of setting himself some really ambitious targets. I mean, I can relate. It's only natural that you can easily set up too big goals and just get overwhelmed by it. Like this space is also honestly kind of overwhelming for me, and I know it was an ambitious thing. That's why I allow myself to get distracted so easily, as you probably have noticed. I get easily distracted in this series, and I don't mind. Hmm. I guess that's the only thing that was missing there. And I can also do that one. There. Now I should let my robots help out with something, but unfortunately this is going to be... Oops. Hold on. This one should also be... Definitely just junk. There we go. Alright, so let's... Okay, I'm just shooting at things now. Alright, so you can see here, these ones, they're charging. This one, discharge. So why is it not charging right now? There seems to be like it has to go down, blinky, 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 and then recharge. Recharge. And that's recharging, and then more goes in. But these ones are sort of rock solid because they can't get in here. A good bit of bot abuse. Yeah, I know. One of the things, so there was recently a content creator feedback thing for Satisfactory. Great that they did it, and they sort of gave the feedback on the feedback we gave as content creators to Coffee Stain, and they summarized it and said, all right, and we've gotten lots of good suggestions. Oh, that's beautiful. Jaded Dragon, thank you for the $20 donation. Love the Factorio and DSP content. Thank you very much. It's been more than an hour. It's actually been 2 hours since the last event of any kind. Whew. Not counting the cancellations on Patreon, but I don't really announce those. Yeah. So anyway, they were saying thank you for all the good feedback. It's really awesome. They're all over the place. We passed it on to production staff. One thing we noticed that there's a lot of demand for is the photo mode. We'll definitely be looking into the photo mode in the sort of near future. I was like, so content creators for Satisfactory, more than anything else, want a better photo mode? Let me just say it. I did not request a better photo mode. That's not what I... That's not what I feel that Satisfactory is missing the most. Is a better photo mode. But again, content creators are all about them selfies. Exactly, who cares about a photo mode? Well, I can tell you who cares. Content creators cares. And I was like, really? Does anyone care about a photo mode? And the answer is yes. So apparently that's the most requested feature of, it seems at least, that's the most requested feature. I am a bit, I gave it my all about what I needed, right? And add the uranium requested chest back. Oh yeah, for seeding. Yes, for seeding. Actually, I'll just do it in another way. I'll just take a bit here. It doesn't need much. Funny that sound. Don't forget my break. Yeah, I will. I won't. I will. I won't. I don't know. Why is this one not picking up anything? What has happened? Oh, right, some idiot. Junk things here. How did that actually go in here? Oh, I just jammed them with inserting. Wow, I did not know that I could do that. That sucks. Huh. Cool. Right, so now it's working. I don't need to set this one up. This is actually going to be a problem. Yeah. It's actually a problem. It can jam with by doing that. I did not even see that coming. I had not seen that coming. Wow. Interesting. Alright. Well, the more you know. So these ones can't output, and because it can't output this, it won't input first, and because it won't input, then it's lots of fun stuff. Okay, okay, I need to be a bit more careful about that, I guess. This one is still jammed. Why are you still jammed? There should be nothing out here. Everything that goes around should be just removed. Good, it's removed. Nothing out here. Yes. Looks like we restored it. That was very interesting. Okay, I'm gonna take a short break and then we'll be back. This one's now been fixed. Cool. Be back in 2 minutes. All right, welcome back. Thank you for joining this fine evening. Let me see. There was
More shall gather. More shall enter the fray.
a new patron joined. Thank you very much. I just checked during the break, and new patron, if you are here, thank you. Also, if you're here, thank you. But if you're here, be sure to link your Discord and your Patreon profile, so I'll shout you out. I won't shout out any names, because they could be real names and good old GDPR. So, thank you to the people who are supporting me on Patreon. And the people also choose to continue to support. That's really cool. Hello, FRD. How's it going today? I'm pretty good. We've been doing something. That's about as confident as I can be. We've done something. Ugh, that's the one we have completed once. Don't mention it. So, I am going to... I think I need to remove this because I need to build... Yeah, so I need to build this part. This is the blue, and then I need to build the other stations here. And I guess I'll put iron in the middle. So it's going to be like red, iron, steel, sulfur. And I just need to build it somewhere. Let's pretend that this one's actually going upwards or something. And then take all of this out. Ugh, this is probably a bad idea. So let's say we need a 181 train. Do we have any 181 trains anywhere? Nope. Ah, we do have a 181 train. Aha. Even with unloading and stuff. So let's get this one. I need to be able to find the middle, so it's kind of important. It's going to be right somewhere. Oh, it doesn't match because I have one train ahead here, one locomotive ahead here, and I have 6. Okay, so it's never going to work unless I have the same amount of locomotives. So it's either going to be here or here. I'll put it slightly forward. Good evening, guys. So this one, I will start marking these with some better names. This one will be definitely a blue. And what are we getting inbound? Sulfur. So sulfur has to be... Won't the train come from the left side? They absolutely will. Yep, good. Oh. And I have to decide how to do this. So I both have to split it east-west, but I also have to split it north-south. So my preferred option is, of course, first we get everything into a balancer and then we get everything out again. But I don't think that's the right thing to do, right? Ooh, 2 new positions open at my old employer. Don't know if I should apply or not. Yes, you do. You know. and if you don't think you know, then I will help you I will help you figure out what to do. My pleasure for all the stuff that you've done for me. So, FRD. Are you ready? I will guide you through it. I will not make the decision for you, but I will extract the decision from you. All right. Take a coin and then say yes on one side, no on the other side, and you flip it, and the second it's in the air, you know exactly what you hope that it lands on. It's that simple, and it absolutely works. It absolutely 100% works. You know which way, you know inside, but you I don't know about you, but it's so common to do like, okay, there's a pro and it could be better, and but the old, and yeah, it's like, and the boss, and but yeah, but and the money and the work time and the travel, and you build these pro con lists, but in your heart of hearts, you know if it's gonna be good or bad. So you force yourself into you force yourself to reveal your own desires. But if you're being sort of calculated about it, then it's all just going to be pros and cons lists. But at the core, your intuition will tell you to do it or not. But it's really hard to sort of, you can't, I say you, but me, other people, it's really difficult to just sit and just stare yourself in the mirror and go like, what do you really feel? So you force your hand and say, I'm going to do whatever this coin flip does. If I don't know if it's A or B, I'm just going to do the coin flip. And then you go like, I hope it's A. Fuck, I don't even need to look at it. I know it's A. I know that I want A. It's exactly, yeah. You take the control away and then you instantly know it. Yep. Hey, Valmeister, I just tried to provide value for you, and sometimes the Factorio is not going very quickly, so I got to do something else as well. All right. Someone said unload from both sides. I'm on board with that. I'm on board with that, and I want to limit the amount of balancers we use. Don't care about the power poles for now. Just let's appreciate it. I mean, you know, when you've lived as long as I have, you picked up a few things along the way, and it is my duty to impart my wisdom to the younger generation. And I can sure as hell tell you, my kids are not listening to my words of wisdom. So, yeah, you have to. Well, I'm sure there's someone younger than me here, so. Good evening, Jeff. Let's see. So I have to. I've kind of split it north-south. If I split it east-west like this, then this is the easiest way to do it. But then I don't have a balancing anymore. I don't know if that's good or bad. It's probably bad, but I don't know. So this one will now no longer balance. I don't know. I just. It is so fragile when you don't balance it. It's so damn fragile. Oh! We can do a weird balancer. Well, excuse me. What if I balance it like this? Isn't this a balancer? Okay, I can't do it in a non-awful way, but... Is the consumption even among all 4 parts? Yes, it is. So in theory, it shouldn't... in theory, it shouldn't be necessary. But... Okay, so if I'm doing this, then there is really no point in doing this. Because... if I'm bringing it together anyway... then putting a balancer here is just not an issue. That's not what makes it any difference at all. And then it can go out to the 2 sides. I reckon in theory, no, it's not. The thing is, like, if every train that ever comes in here is always fully loaded, then it will work. But let's say that I send some trains in and I find out that I've missed some inserters somewhere. Then suddenly things are out of balance. It can never be, the balance can never be restored. Yeah, it'll be balanced on both sides because it'll go out here into this one. So it'll be put in on both sides of the belt. But it is true, I am not lane balancing this. I probably should, but I think this is also very clean, and I kind of like that. Yeah, so the consumption on either side of the belt will be the same. Perfectly balanced as all things should be, absolutely. So this is sulfur. Oh, no. And I just build it like this. See, now it actually sucks that I decided not to have them. Yeah. Yeah, the robot jumpstart block is complete, yes. You need 8 mixed belts from 2 stations each. Yeah, so on either side, let's grab this and put it on the top side here. Clip. And that is these 2 here. Yeah, that one. All right. So this one is going to be sulfur, and this is going to be red circuit. And I need 1 belt going in here that will split into 2 half belts that go into either side of this. That's the intention. I saw your mining outposting today, and I might steal that blueprint as well. It's not steel mage. Well, you are not a steel mage, so you really shouldn't be stealing things. So a total of 4 mixed belts, yes. And the balancing north-south happens by the inserters. The balancing east-west happens through dragging it in here. Do you have a TLDR on that potential? What? Was thinking how to avoid trains getting stuck at a station with nowhere to go. I don't mind. You should have room for more trains than you have, right? So, I mean, this is basically the base here. So, if I have, in this case, and yeah, in this case, I have 1, 2, 3 iron unload locations, and there can be 1, technically 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So I can have 18 trains supporting this. I have 6. So if I started to need to have more than 18 trains for this, I would be worried. So the answer, I think, to your question is you want to sidestep that problem by making sure that you have enough storage spaces, either on the loading side or on the unloading side. Vertical across the train tracks, sort of like assigned unloading. Then I'd need a hell of a big train. This is the 48 trains. Good evening, you folks. Now, at least now there's someone younger than me in chat. So if I do this, it's pretty damn enticing for me to do this thing, and then just, even though one of these is going to be the iron train, and the iron train can't really be doing that. What if I just make 2 iron trains next to each other? I don't need to have anything. All right, so then now this is purely a matter of aesthetics, right? Now I can go to sleep worrying about trains getting stuck. Yeah. Okay, so the iron is actually requesting way more than this. The iron is requesting 4 trains inbound on either side, or 4 belts inbound on either side. So this requires twice as much, and that's not good. So ideally, I would have one of these trains not being a 181, but being a 216-2. But you know, it's going to look awful. I'm just saying, I wonder if Twitch is broken these days, right? It's been more than 2 hours since not a resub or anything, so it seems like something might be broken, or everyone just subbed in the early stages of the stream. All right, what are we looking for here? What are we looking for? Oops, not that one. Actually, only needs to go 1 out, right? Yeah, like that.
A new subscriber.
Yeah, there is a new misspelled name. Welcome. Welcome, misspelled name. Misspelled name. Misspelled name. Ah, yes. Clever. Hello, German cheese. And thank you for that. Hey, Marcus. Oh, there was a
Our illustrious champion
now.
returns.
Okay, so
Welcome home.
I think I can address this to you, Marcus, because you've been around for a while. Have you? I mean, you are on a steady recurring subscription. So is it just because you had the pop up that go like, oh, do you want to share your anniversary, and 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 then it was like, oh, okay, I'm gonna share it here, or because it's not like you renewed your subscription today. I don't think so. I think it's just been rolling. So has this been like something you've been waiting to just click the button with share it, or is it something that you've been sort of like, oh yeah, whatever? Or I don't know. See, I don't really know how that works when it's one of these recurring. And thank you, Grimmy, for the 200. Sagittarius 12, a new subscriber to the channel. Thank you. Thank you so much. And that activates a late night hype train. And it's just stated that there should be no limit of charge up on the RoboPorts, but the developers decided to make it like this. Easy to avoid. You said I was big enough. Values for what? Oh. Oh, Barthik. Oh, right. Oh, oh, right. You can look at users in chat. Nope, Barthik is not around. So, should be easy for you to sneak that one. Doing stream late, waiting for the right moment to use it. Ah, okay, okay. So, I figure that's probably, especially since we're toying with these hype trains, and it's a good idea for sort of people who have recurring to go like, okay, I can sit on this announcement until the right time. Hey, Luke, thank you. There you go. You can take that one now. Thank you for the 5 gift subs. 5 more, Luke. And Malkshore resubscribed for 23 months. Let's jump on the train. One more to go for the 2nd year. Absolutely. Hopefully, one more to go. It's like, oh no. And Matku, thank you for the 5 gift subs. Oh, you're closing in on 49, so there's one off a new badge for you. And Saraya Shadowhopper, thank you for gifting a sub. I really like those. Just one sub always just jumping in here. Really like that. Thank you. They're very consistent. Yeah, Marcus, seems like a waste not to use his starter train. I absolutely agree. That's also what that was why I was asking, because I figured that for anyone who has a recurring, then you just got this, do you want to share your anniversary? And then go like, I think I'll wait with sharing it until the right moment. And then maybe see one thing and they'll go like, all right, now's the time to use it. That's why I asked, because it seemed like that was what you would do as well, right? And Michael, thank you for the 201. And Astarhan, thank you for the 300 on a 2nd try. And Matku with 2 more gift subs. And there we go. You got 51 subs. That's a new badge. That new badge for you. Can you display that new fancy crate?
A new subscriber arrives. It fills
you
with determination.
I think Twitch fixed the hype train. Michael and Miss Timothy, you have now former hype train conductor by your name. Ah, there we go. The pink one.
Subscriber arrives. It fills you with determination.
All right, what's the state of the nation? Matku with 7 subs and Astarn with 300 subs.
We are building an
Did my badge change? Nope, it didn't. Well, there's no motivation for you to change that. All right, so one thing I could do. I love my purple locomotive. I understand that. I think I could do this. I could do a red train that's 16 lanes. 16 for a red train. Well, yeah, I am going to do 16. What am I thinking of?
A kind gesture.
It's a needless locomotive. Absolutely. Luke, see, gift leader 2. Yeah, you got usurped by Matku. But you know, there's always...
Welcome back. Your steadfast
Even
loyalty
newer
is
badge.
greatly
Ooh, you got that one. Yeah. Alright, so this one has to be extended to more.
Welcome back. Your steadfast loyalty is greatly appreciated.
Yeah. Lonafelds, thank you for a gift sub to Not Steel Mage.
A kind gesture. A new subscriber
What?
arrives.
Why does it jump like that?
Termination.
Ah, but it does, but it does.
A generous bestowal.
Oh, what happened? Oh, this is the worst part. It's one off. Okay, this one has to go down. Okay, let me just catch up on what's going on with the train here. What did we miss? What did we miss? We missed the Grimmy with the 500 bits. All right, we are edging in. We are closing down on the 1 minute mark right now. So if you got some more than 1 minute, then that's not correct. 1 minute. And let me just have a look at what it says. We are a 2,099 bits or 5 subs away. That's a bit much. Would be nice with a level 2, but you know, it's a bit much. Hey, Astaran with the 501. Oh yes, you are putting yourself in the lead on that one. All right, so that makes it 1,500 with 30 seconds left. Someone's got to steal it. Luke. Oh, it just went up to 100. It just went to 100 because of Grimmy also pushing it over the edge. Thank you, Luke, for the 3 gift subs. I guess you were trying to not roll it over, but it did. And thank you, Grimmy, for just making sure that it rolled over. Woo! Then I can build a bit for this one.
A kind gesture.
There.
Welcome back.
Sneaky didn't work now. Oh yeah, Grimmy was also... it was 2 snipes that combined to roll it over. That's perfect. That's exactly how I like it. Well, I do. Would you want a 16 train for iron? Yes, but it just looks better when the 2 middle ones are big trains and the 2 outer ones are small trains. Then it's also sort of easier to fold them out. So we'll build one of these and then we'll build the other one. Now that's going to give us another challenge in terms of how this exactly is going to be balanced now. I mean, balancing 2 belts is easy. Balancing 4 belts is, well, it's not exactly difficult, but it's certainly more. Hype should woke you up. I'm lost in my accounting. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. That sounds awful. I did my accounting. I don't know, Mr. Me. I don't know. That doesn't really help you. Doesn't really help you that I did mine, but I feel so good about it. It's been looming for basically a full year, and now it's done. I have not reported my taxes yet because I'll wait until the last second with reporting that. Because as soon as I report it, they will send me an invoice, and I there's no point in doing that until the very last second. Then I get to keep a bit of my money for a bit longer. Yay! I posted in Blueprint what I was trying to describe. It is not easy to explain in text. Cool. It's awful. Yes, soon. But I was chasing €17 37 during 1 hour. What? Okay, well, I don't think I'm that accurate on expenses. It's also because of the tax rate. There's really not a point to doing that for me. All right, so let me see. Was it in Blueprint you said? And now I'm just trying to find the context of what I'm. Okay, yeah, okay. I'm gonna take the blueprint here and just take it in so people can see it instead of me just going like, yes, yes, indeed. There you go. So the suggestion is something along the lines of this thing. They vanished. Oh, you mean like in your accounting system, like when you do the balancing? Hey, Astarhan, thank you for the 500. Yeah, I know. I didn't say anything. Yeah, Peter, I tried that, but I ended up spending a lot of money and a lot more time. So I just do it myself because I want to do it. So, 1 kibit for Astarhan, and Luke is on 8. So, final chance to snipe. Anyone who wants it? We're down to 20 seconds. Oh, you got $8,000 in tax return. Nice. All right, looks like everyone's happy with the state of affairs. Thank you, everyone, for joining on this hype train. That was very nice of you. Awesome. And Luke, you got it. You got one. And wasn't it better to get a level 2 than a level 1? All right. So, Astarian and Luke, where do you want your location? Luke, you must have one, right? Oops. Whoop. There. Expand your current area. But the Dutch tax site was down because of overloading. Oh, yeah, there's like a couple of days to do that. That's always like, it's basically a DDoS attack on that one. East or west of your current location. Mark is hiding below you, so we'll put you here. 2 subs. Thank you. All right. So, Astaran, where might you want? You're brown. Maybe that's brown because I just chose it because you weren't here at that time. Can that be true? Or did you select that color yourself? Oh, my cool brown. Any spot in the main base left? You can get the... This is still main base and it's still next to your current one. Ah, the least color. Yes. Unfortunately, you don't have a big team around you with to go to support you on that one. There are other colors that are it's other colors that are more popular. Yep. Cool. Thank you. Also, thank you to you. Yeah. So, Miss Timney, I don't know if how you're doing your accounting. I'm using an online accounting system, and it's. I mean, I guess it's like TurboTax, just a Danish company, and it is so nice. I paid an accountant, or no, not an accountant, a bookkeeper, to put in all my expenses 2 years ago, and I made sure that I had like a lot of variations, and they were put in, and now I just go back and go like, oh, okay, so travel expenses is like this, it's booked on this in account and that out account, and then it's like it's super easy. There's no balancing, and all I pay for an add-on, so I just go like VAT calculation, and it just tells me exactly, has exactly the same form as I type in on the government website. So I'm just going like, okay, this field, this number, this field, this number, this field, this number. It's really nice. And it also just counts down for when I need to pay taxes, and just, man, it's saved me so much trouble. Of course, I can't do anything advanced, but I can book my income and my expenses, and that's all I need. All right, back to that one. Microsoft Access database is not really user-friendly. No, it is not. It is. it's barely a database. This one. All right, so this only works if it is perfectly balanced, and I can't say that I guarantee that it is. If it ever gets out of balance, I can't get it rebalanced again. That's why I'm just accepting that I have to do something more advanced, because, yeah. They even have a nice slogan. Can't make it more fun, we'll make it easier. And they can't even do that. No, okay. Yeah. But our artist accounting doesn't want us to use another software than the one they sell. And it's expensive. Well, I'm not saying this is not expensive, but it means that I don't have to pay a bookkeeper or an accountant. Of course, I might just get absolutely screwed if the IRS, the tax authorities, decide to review my things. But then there is luckily a certain amount of leniency in terms of if I show that I have booked a lot of income and expenses, and I've done it in the best possible manner, then because it's a private company, at like a one-person company, then they go like, yeah, okay, whatever, here's the additional tax. It's not like, aha, we will just run you out of business. Well, I hope not. That's generally not how it works. What is the purpose of the unloading? Okay, so I'm going to have a blue train here, and I'm going to have a blue train here. So I need iron, steel, sulfur, red circuits, inbound for both of them. So in the middle, I'm going to make stations that bring these out. They're going to be going out to north and to south, and they're going to go in here, in here, in there, and in there. All well balanced, hopefully, maybe. If they think you were actually conceding revenue, though, your host. Yeah, absolutely. If you mess up on your taxes, the IRS can be pretty lenient, especially for unsophisticated filers. Yeah, exactly. This is also like, this is small amounts, and I mean, I called the tax authorities because my other company, I hadn't reported taxes because I didn't have any activity. But I mean, you still have to report taxes. So I had to pay a fine because I hadn't reported my taxes. Yeah, I'm stupid, I know. But anyway, it's kind of one of those things where you just close your eyes and hope it goes away. And it didn't go away. So I talked to someone who at first wasn't really helpful, but then after a bit of actually ended up being quite helpful. And then it was like, all right, I talked to them early this year, and she was just like, how about we say that you close the company at the end of 2019, then you don't have to report anything for 2020. I was like, yeah, that's a good idea. All right, I'll just put it in here. Then you don't have to pay the extra fine for this. Like, oh, thank you. It's another stupid fine. Yeah, make a few interstellar logistics stations, yes. Yeah, that's the thing. I can understand that, Timmy. If you are, it's also the trade-off you have to do. Like, is it worth it for me to do this? All right. So how am I gonna do this? I'm gonna need to balance these two with those two. There you go. That looks good. It's not as clean, but it's good. Playing no Factorio and all DSP since DSP came out and really corrupted my view of how Factorio does some things. Oh, absolutely it has. Absolutely. 1011. Twitch is live on air to tax fraud. What? Why is there any tax fraud? I mean, if the tax authority says, how about we set the end date to this, then I'm going to be like, yeah, sure. If they come back and say, you actually have to report it, I said, well, you were the ones who said it. But, I mean, you're still going to be host anyway. It's like, arguing with tax authorities it's like arguing with TSA agents in the airport. It's like, you will never ever get any positive outcome out of it. Also, just you should not start arguing with TSA agents. That's just, don't do that, and don't make jokes either. Just don't do it. Here, while I was a student in Germany, here we have the Handelskammer. Every business must be part of it. I had to pay 115 euro per year to make them send me a letter asking me if I still... Yeah. Well, that's... that does not surprise me when you said Germany. There's a lot of things that seem extremely rigid in that context. All right, so I like this. I don't know if it's good, but I like it, and no one can take that away from me. Well, I mean, you can, but please don't. Yeah, and here. Almost certainly like that. This might not be the most effective thing ever made in terms of updates and frames and all that stuff. But aesthetics gotta count for something, right? It's gotta count for something, the fact that it looks... Thank you, Will Frost. It's not really what I wanted you to be called, but okay. There. So that's what we want. NASCAR lines. What is that? But I think it's. Honestly, I really like this, and I think it's going to be looking really good when we actually have stuff going out on these belts. Now, the next thing I want is just drag it to the side and then get some of them down, some of them up, and that's not going to be super easy. A group of very large geoglyphs made in the soil of the. Oh, right. Yeah. My parents visited that a couple of years ago, and I've seen 900 pictures of it, because when you come visit them after they've been on a vacation, then they go like, hey, you should see the pictures. And I go like, yeah, I mean, I'd like to. We haven't really sorted it yet, but just have a look. And then both my parents, they have cameras and photography as a hobby, so they both have cameras that just basically are on auto fire for a full solid week all over Peru. So like, but you're not seeing them. Oh yes, I am. I'm seeing, and especially with Peru, there were a lot of just dirt roads through nothing. I was like, oh, over there on the horizon, you can slightly see some line, and I was like, I'm sure it was more impressive when you were there. So I mean, I can see. It feels like I was there. Yep, and they also went 2 weeks on safari, which involved that was 1,800 pictures of unfiltered that I just, of course, had to sit through, enjoy, comment on. I mean, you can't just not comment on it. You have to sort of be engaged. I have no idea how we're gonna do this. Well, okay, this one is easy. Ta-da! But I doubt that I could take... Or could I? Would that work as in just... That would then go up because it's there? Waveform stations, since they look kind of like audio waveforms turned sideways. I don't know. The good thing about this, the part I love the most about it is, okay, two things. It is aesthetic. I haven't seen it before. Those are basically enough parameters for me to be liking them. This bloody one-off thing with trains. And
more shall gather, more shall enter the fray.
Thank you, new patron. I was just checking on Patreon to see if you had linked your Discord and Patreon profile, but unfortunately not yet. So all I can do is thank you, patron. If you are here, you're welcome to raise your hand so we know who you are, and also link your Discord and profile, and yeah. Did anyone see the guy's novel green chip build on Reddit? No, I don't know. I've seen some really bad builds. I saw one that had like an assembler with full of speed modules, outputting outputting coils on a yellow belt because one assembler, fully speed module, could fill up an entire yellow belt. And I was like, why do you have a yellow assembler, fully speed module, and then outputting on a yellow belt? That makes no sense. But I know better than to. Oh, like the horizontal vertical thing. Oh yeah, I saw that one and I was like, yep, that looks like something Jeff made. I looked at it also and go like, are we sure this is that ratio and not throughput constrained anywhere? Yeah, I think I'll figure out the power poles afterwards, because I think substations might just be easier because you can have a substation cover a lot more. Alright, but I'm just most interested in the belts here. Okay, what is this? This is the iron part. And this is where things get a bit iffy, because I have to move this thing here. Oh, that's actually easy. I thought that was the difficult part. It isn't. I just do that one. And I kill it on this side. That's it. There's nothing to it. But I want my robots to pick this up. No. Oh, it was like that. Okay. And the other one is here. So this is going to be the iron belt. This is going to be an iron belt. And that means these two have to come in here. That's actually super easy. There's really no reason then to go all the way around and then go back. You're going to have to cut these lines anyway. Isn't it a bit early for Pumpkin? Yeah, it's a bit early, but I think that someone just wants to be part of the... Maybe they just want me to go to bed, because they're too polite to leave on their own accord, so they just really want me to just shut up and go away. Could that be it? Cyclops? Is that your ulterior motive? I doubt it though, because... Hey, look at that, Cyclops. Why are you not oh, you are displaying your number one. Yeah, you should be. Proudly displaying that. Oh no, it's almost pumpkin them. Yeah, it is. Apparently my computer time isn't synced. I seem to have problems with it after updates. Oh, I usually just have audio problems after an update. Alright, well that is a nice surprise. The fact that this is so easy. And let's do the same thing on this one. It's funny how it's that misplaced. How can it be that much misplaced? Oh, this one is not in the middle. And that makes this one not in the middle either. Either there or there, but it can't be quite in the middle. We'll do that one. Okay, I think that it's taking forever. I'll gladly concede that. Well, not gladly, but I will concede that. However, it's also super nice to see that things are actually progressing here, and we're coming up with some interesting new designs. Plus, we built some really cool thing today. For anyone who weren't here at the start, the first hour and a bit, this thing, just for anyone interested, this is basically you built your jumpstart base, you built the red and green science. Now, yeah, okay, you built your red and green science and jumpstart base, you got everything. You are really needing robots because you want to scale up. So you start working on the blue science, and as soon as you get the blue science, you go like, then I need to do sulfuric acid and or advanced oil processing and lubricant and electric engines and robot frames. Only to do that, then you just step down this one and just feed it some iron, copper, steel, oil, water, and then it'll blah, blah. It'll take care of the rest. And you need 350 blue science to get it. And we tested it, and it doesn't do much. It does one robot every 13 seconds, but it's nice. It's nice, and if anyone is so, it's not just we've been mucking about here, and we've also been actually doing something. Boop. Anyone wants the blueprint? There it is. Really like it, and it's something that I want to do generally in these episodes. I want to just alternate between doing these massive builds, which are slow. But also I want to allow myself to be distracted, because if I only do this, then I'm going to get bored, and maybe you will get bored as well. So I think I really want to get distracted by some cool things, right? Nah, I've actually pre-did here, so you will not get more than 500. Yeah, and one every 13 seconds. That's, I mean, 5 per minute-ish. It's not much, but then you do something else, and then you come back and go like, ooh, I have a couple of hundred. Yeah, it's perfectly fine rate. Yeah, if you start building it bigger, then it becomes something completely different. Then this is a matter of getting your first in there, so you can start making solar panels more easily. You can clear factories out, you can expand your smelting columns, and you can upgrade all your yellow belts to red belts. So you need like getting on 500 robots, but even when you have the first 100, then it's good. Yeah. So that's, and the other thing we did today, aside from working on this one. And just also did making some big mistakes. Oh, we also implemented this one. But now we're working on basically all of this in the middle. So I can just take this, stamp it down here. And we always forget this. Always. Now it is time for me to wrap up, and I will be going back to my new obsession, which is something I have been completely captivated, I think, by League of Legends. Not playing, of course, but watching League of Legends. So I'm just gonna maybe just watch one, maybe 2 matches of League of Legends while stressing out. No, not stressing out, or just winding down. Enjoyed the Planets of Sectors vid on YouTube. Thank you, Cyclops. It's probably not really working. It's not really very good videos. It's not good views on it, but I guess hopefully over time it'll also sort of build my brand as having some of the cool, unique builds. Cool. All right. So thank you everyone for joining. I will see you guys, and maybe tomorrow for some Dice Fair program, or Sunday for some Factorio. I do not expect to have any Saturday stream this week. So thank you everyone. Take care. Good night and stay effective.